Okay, so we now have... Here we have our training dummy. As we are back to show off the new skills. Tops in the battle test. Pull this open. All of these are one-turn buffs or debuffs. Just the entire party. Get a round of attack. Get a round of magic attack. Insult for the defense, threaten them for the magic defense. Accuracy up. There can be times where you really want to make sure you hit, or very dodgy enemies you just want to make sure you get a good pummeling on. Motivate, it will give half your current health to an ally. You cannot target yourself doing it. With rounding and all. Encourage is the same thing, but with your MP. And Backlash. It's a double-edged attack. You swing at the enemy and you take half damage back. Now there are some intricacies to those moves, especially Backlash there, that I like the way it works out. Like, for example, if an enemy has... It takes your equipment into effect. So, for example... Well, let's use Jeffrey for it. Put on a fire rod. Fire will do double damage to him, so... 345, you imagine doubling that with Backlash. It does double damage. Would hit about 700. Oh, not you. You don't do anything. You only take half the damage on what it would be before the weakness took off, so... I like the way that works out. One more change we notice, guarding now restores a little bit of health and mana. That is percentage based. So that's one other thing that I've gone ahead and tweaked. Let's see. There has been... Actually, it was being worked on recently. Was this. We starting to put together as far as the table of contents. And some equipment charting, so everyone has all the data when they play. Causing me to have to sit down and decide how I'm going to formalize some of these things, such as... Spears, no shields, 15% counterattack and evasion on every fencing sword. All that data will be available once it is all done. Guessing and checking is bad. Bestiary will also be a thing. All of these guys will get their own shorthand entry. No actual progress has been made into the storyline. A lot of tweaking of numbers has gone in. For example, most current playthrough with redid the experience curve so that we're now sitting around level 20 by the time we finish Act 2 prior to Blackbeard. And have a run where using William as a lord, being able to equip anything, made him into a better wizard. The Claymore gets 50 magic attack to make up for a soldier not being able to wear robes. Let's dive right back in. Open the trap box into Mr. Troll. Get rid of that regen. And blind him. Some other skills have been tweaked. Let's go and got what couple, at least one of those here. All these have stayed the same. Trolls have nothing to steal. I mean, you wouldn't want what's under that cloth over there anyway. For Mix, Moth Powder no longer inflicts silence. Still costs the antidote, the eye drop, and the throat spray. The thought of it is use that as an aerosol to spray the poisons at the enemy. It's now 100% chance. It just works. 100% chance for these two. What that does is that takes silence out of the chemist skill set, moves it into ninja for one of their weapons, monk for one of their claws, and the silence skill that the wizard has. Limiting it for strategy. Nothing else has changed. I like the way this has turned out. And for winning that, you get the Thorned Armor. If you hit that, the boulder touches you, your leader here gets knocked out. The only one that can use heavy armor is this guy right now. The Thorned Armor inflicts fury on the wearer. Thorn armor different than the spiked armor? Think so. This will be outward spikes. There you go. Internal spikes, outward. Let's just go ahead and put that in there. Outward thorns damage an attacker. Damage attackers? Yeah, we'll go with that for now. A way to passively have Fury without using up one of your accessory slots for the Hyper Wrist. Fury is the Berserk. Defense down, attack up. Get real mad. I'll dodge that boulder, get a couple shiny pennies. And being a big eye, they are vulnerable to blind. It is completely intentional to have status effects work on bosses. I like that. Something hit us real good. things have been tuned, so you do quite a bit less damage at this point. Insulate would not be bad. There are a lot of things you could do to mitigate the damage I'm not doing. Blizzard is a physical attack, though. So blinding him would cause you to miss a whole bunch of these. And that puts the cleric's attack power up there with the Lord. Ish. It hurts. It's a very short area, but there's a lot to it. A lot of traps. His skills have changed. Now this battle properly blends into the next one now. So any buffs you throw on here will carry over into the next section of the fight. It took me a while to figure out a clean way to make these two bosses merge. So this boss fight will strongly encourage you to focus one down at a time, because their scripts are health based, so as long as they don't get damaged, they're going to use very weak attacks. And he's the most annoying one, so we want him to die first. You'll see as I drop the Ice Spirit, he's going to do more powerful attacks as his health drops. That was intentional. It doesn't die the round you drop its health. That's how I managed to get... That's how I managed to get if I pull up the troops of this battle. That's what's going on here. They have tons and tons of health. When you drop below half of their health, they'll just drop. So they effectively, instead of having bosses up top, they have 20,000. They really have 10,000 health. When you do 10,000 of that 20, they'll drop, flip on the switch saying that they are dead, and then every turn it will check to see if all three of these are on, and if so, then it'll pull out the next boss, the next wave of boss. Do I have a stronger way to attack this fire boy? I have a spear. Now, Jeffrey here is holding the ice rod, so it should do 25... What number did I decide on? The rods do 25% more damage for that element. So 25% more damage than it was doing to the other guy. So we should be looking at about 1,200. Within variance. So at this point, Jeffrey has mastered the Druid class. Go ahead and throw on the March. I didn't do the side quest to where I would get the fire jacket to absorb fire. I feel like that should be geared to after this fight. This is like the big finale of the section of the game where you had a whole bunch of stuff to do, and they told you, you really should do this part last. Now that you have more tools and more pieces of the puzzle. Alright, so that just leaves the lightning one, which is weak to earth, which this team does not have access to. Insulate will half incoming elemental damage. And that stacks on top of barrier and magic barrier. Oh, interesting. Extra supplies, the chemist desperation limit skill is this icon. It halves for the duration of battle or until it gets removed. It halves mana cost, so it's 7 down from the 14 it was before. It also halves this and courage, so now you actually get a lot more back than it looks like. That's really good. I don't need to insulate Bulk. He's a monk. He has tons of health. So when this thing drops down, he should now drop this round, if what I read that does correctly. This will drop, and now we can focus on these guys. Now, I've made these guys considerably more powerful, now that this is a battle that blends into the next. Yeah, so that'll drop. Steel only has a 1 in 3 chance of working if you're not wearing the thief gloves. I never went to get the thief gloves, so that's the rate I have. This acid is very brittle. So the idea that these guys, you've just fought those three. You should be a little winded by here. Especially if you try to take out all those three at once. And we get the free recovery. The free bring back to Europe. And that was like 5 hours ago in the gameplay, so... Now those guys weren't incredibly powerful because you could really do any of the quests at any time there. It's a bit open. And this plays out differently depending on if you decide to listen to him, if you decide to attack him. If you don't attack him, your dad does. But regardless, he ends up telling you this. Everyone has an exclamation point after their name, just so I make sure that I put the string in properly to replace their name. So at the beginning of this section, you were given a ship, and you were told you had to go... This is, as you see from what the map looks like now, it's a little outdated, but when it's fully done, then I'll go ahead and put a new one in here and take away the placeholder. But we were starting in London. We were told we had to go. We were being asked to see scene in Amsterdam, as well as Lisbon, who then sent us both to Jamestown and to Egypt, to the pyramids. You could do those in any order. Amsterdam sends you to Iceland, Greenland, back to up to the fjords. But you also had a ship and could go anywhere at this point. The world is yours. Not now. But having completed all of those other parts, saving the what's supposed to be the hardest for last, now this is, if you had just done the Jamestown part, this is where that would end. If you've also done the pyramid, then you'd have Bulk with you. Directed up to Samuel's cottage, north of London. We've already been here, so this is a base of operations, more or less. Otto is the Englishman who was watching after Catalina in her prison, just to make sure they didn't try anything. No one will ever know you're Catalina. Cataline! Like you're mispronouncing Caitlin. And now we have our permanent party member. With Raja here and Kyra being optional. This will be your 4th permanent one. Thus, our offensive fencer, we're not going to use her anytime soon. What we did do was, at one point, we captured her mate. Not someone she sleeps with, well, maybe not. Captured her first mate when she was pirating. Little Easter egg, you can miss this, but if you come here still during Act 2, you have a little scene going. You also had the option to kill Andreas. And this scene goes differently if the cell is empty. If Andreas is dead, she gets a big boost to her attack, and her magic attack, and her agility. Instead, she gets 100 or so points of health. Alright, so now it's time to explore the world a bit. Really don't like how outdated this map is. There. For example, like we could head to the Pirate Cove now, but there are other spots that we didn't go before. One I want to do right away. So we've already been to Rome. We want to head to Venice. Up the Adriatic? Adriatic. Over there's the Aegean. Or would be if I had scaled Europe properly. Meat. Small enemies give 1 JP to active party members. Large enemies give 2, bosses give 3, act bosses give 5. Unless you have Rosetta Stone, in which equipped, in which case you get double that. So it sets up a dynamic where it's worth fighting the trash mobs, and that's what I was going for. Now you could poke here as soon as you start Act 2 with the ship in Europe and here in Venice. Well, first, what if we lose? Easiest way to test that, if the front party... If the active party dies, it's game over, so... If you show up here too early, it's not the end of the world. I think we can take them. You only have to hold on for like 5 turns, and the battle ends. Alright, don't have a way to reduce light damage. I think they can be silenced. They can be poisoned and silenced and blinded at least. Nope, no sleep. Maybe they have resistances. What are their names? Vicars. Some resist... Okay, immune to sleep, resistance to silence. One's immune to sleep, the other's immune to poison. Immune to poison? Oh, I guess these are both identical? Yeah, I guess these are both identical in this fight. You'll fight more of these at some point. That must be why I made the second one. The druids limit skill, chance stance, increases your attack and magic attack by 50%, but it drops your defense and magic defense by 50%. This is the Vicar. This is one of the Pope's men. Alright, level 20s across the board was able to do that. They're here in Venice. Yeah, we'll get to that at some point. That's a side quest. What part of it looks bad? Yeah, I'm not a... What could I do that? I have an idea. Suppose I could just hit that. Let's cover up where they meet. There. Better. Problem solved. Boom, bridge. Block the canal from the water, the ocean. RPG Maker MV is really good. All I had to do is change anything in the editor here. Tell it to save. And then to get this to refresh, I could either leave the map and come back, it'll refresh. Or let's go ahead and get rid of those. If I open up the menu, it'll because all the menu is the menu takes a screenshot of the background and saves it in a temporary file. So right now, there's not actually a background on the screen. This is just a picture. And the moment you leave the menu, it doesn't pull up the screen. It pulls up what the actual map looks like. Now that does not... However, if I were to change anything battle-wise, this does not update during the game. How wouldn't I know that? I know too much about things. Gameplay-wise, a reason to come to Venice and suffer through that is he sells everything you use for alchemy. So every piece of equipment, everything you use in mix for chemists is sold right here. Prior to this, it was all random shops here and there, sold things, and yeah, all of this stuff goes to the YouTube, but this is relevant to RPG Maker, so I'll pick up barrier, and you just have your 50 JP skill. Of course, you can say whatever, as long as it's, you know, RPG related. Well, any game related, really. So, a system here... Oh, I haven't used XP in probably like 4 or 5 years. I might be able to help with any questions you have for XP. So if I just hold control and slide over it. XP does not have active updating. So Rome is a thing now. Rome itself is going to be a big plot point later. But for now, you just kind of hear about what the Pope's men are doing here and there. I use XP forever, like, oh goodness, I started on XP 2007? I made a couple interesting, like, little games for myself on there. The beginning of one is on the YouTube. And then I used 2003, which is the PlayStation 2 one, and that's a goofy piece of software that is really not designed to be on a PlayStation. So this is what you get in Act 2 if you come here. In Act 3, he has found out where those terrorists have gone and asks you to help him find them. But in Act 2, that's as far as you get in that section. You have 28,000 gold. Anything to sell? Not really. I spent a lot of money on chemical ingredients. Feel free to recommend away. I take everything into consideration. Nah, I like the save system the way it is. Simple. You don't need data. You don't need any more data on your save file than the neat look of who's in your party and the timestamp. Because I'm using 20 because, well, I have various points in the playthrough where I drop saves to test things. When this gets released, which it will, this has been in effect. I started this. You see where you are by looking around. Pop open the map. It's as useful as a real map. You learn geography. Here's Spain. Oh, what if we go back to Spain with... Nah, I don't... That's too much. I feel like that's too much. If you were playing through this, you would have file 1, maybe alternating files when you save. I don't know. I play RPGs. I do 1, maybe 2 files when I save. I feel like there's way too much unnecessary information there. That's why this menu is concise and simple. This will be brand new to anyone that isn't me, or someone who has watched too many hours of me making this game before it gets released. No RPG needs that info. If you want more info, you pull up the status screen. And look, everything's concise. You don't have 1,000 things on the screen. There is already so much to get into in the game. The meat and potatoes of an RPG is good old-fashioned combat and exploration. Not... We'll come back to Ezekiel here, Commodore Ezekiel. And then King Carlos gets pissed off and locks his doors. Actually, what do you sell here? Still brainstorming on what this line will be. I kind of like just generic, what offer you some, offer you some provisions. Buy an item. Sharp as steel. This is, I feel like it's as much information as anyone really needs. You get too complicated and people start to either ignore it or they zone out. Alright, so next place to go. Well, that's our next actual destination, but I still want to call that extraneous. My idea behind making a game is that you're making it for the people who are into this kind of game. Well, if they haven't played in a couple months, that's why I've made the... For example, let's go ahead and hold control to avoid battles. If you need a reminder of where to go next, it's what you have your home base for. I think it's a more interesting way to do it than a quest log. Like, for those of you who have played Dragon Quest XI, you know just how absolutely blah that is when every time you load up the game to get barraged with what's happening right now. But that game also has so many other problems already. Now, there are plenty of mandatory fights in the game, at least this one here. Boss fights, encounters you run into on the world map, because some places don't have random encounters. But anything that isn't absolutely mandatory, you can just run from. Yeah, these things happen. It happens. No one here has a sword to take care of things. I'll have to fix that. Well, I didn't mean to run into this thing right away. Okay. One moment. Mr. Slime, if you please. Alright, so there are some areas where there are no random encounters. They're all on the map. I like to change it up. And not every place you can disembark is on the world map as a town. Or a castle, or a port. There are a couple people that direct you here. This is a plot point later in the game. Sail around Africa. Avoid the Congo for now. %100% escape rate on any encounter you can escape from. We did have a quest to come here. Here in Mombasa. The Governor General of Italy wanted us to bring silver here. So he'll have a pretty surprise. A reward for us, a pretty penny. There you go. All inns are free, they're just expected to be lodging for people sailing about. Allow me to make the ocean encounters more dangerous. Although we're in the easy part now, because this is where you first got the ship early in the game. Let's see, where were we going? We had a quest to head here to deliver a message. Here in Dew. Depends. My shops don't have potions, they have meat. Your basic healing is meat. Snap into some jerky for 100 HP. Oh hey, so this guy exists. I often forget about him because I made him a while ago. Vulnerable blind. Yes, this is one of the ways you deal with the big boys. It's true or false. You say false, he blows up your character who hit him. Say true and you get it right. Well, get it wrong and he blows you up. Get it correct. Get a heal and a prize. And then he runs off. And you can run into him again. He's anywhere on the world map. There's a canal here at some point in the world, in the real world. Oh, some timely money. Shops having potions? I mean, do you have other ways to heal? Like, just play test it and see if it's good, challenging, or bad. Like, for example, in the first leg of the game, you don't have access to out-of-combat healing through skills. You only have tactical healing. Like Motivate, giving half your health to an ally, or the Druid skill Hero's March. Or the Soldier's skill First Aid, or the Monk's skill Meditate. These are all in battle. Well, so you are making your healing. You can still buy potions, you just have to buy pieces for it. So it sounds like you're adding an extra step. That doesn't need to be there, but if it works in the course of your game, we'll go for it. This guy wants to build a canal for 50,000 gold. Do I have enough to liquidate to get 13,000 more gold? So these items with the little mortar and pestle, these are just loot items. Enemies drop them. They're only designed to sell. Chemical ingredients have this icon. I don't use these because I know it's coming, so I don't ever need to have different elements on hand. So there we go, 50,000. And just like that, we've built the canal. Just, you know, this is in the 1500s, so a little early. Oh, right. You don't have to talk to him again, but I debated making the canal a short thing you can sail through with NPCs, or, you know, the whole point of spending 50,000 was to be able to, you know, go from the Mediterranean to the Iberian Sea. Not the Iberian, the Middle East. From Mediterranean to the Middle East real quick. So now we can sail through here and cut out this trip. So rather than having to go through a little sea and you sail through each time, just go. Just go. You did it. Go. Oh, and the background being a picture, that's why you can bring up the map. You can bring up your menu while you're looking at a picture on the screen. Because it's saving resources. There's already a picture there. It didn't have to take that screenshot for you. I think it still does, though. I don't want... Because the picture doesn't have to be the full size of the screen. Alright, so our next destination... Before finishing up Act 2... We're gonna head to... Now, you do get clues to this later. But if you were just sailing around here... Oh, yeah, there he is again. Yeah, you can buy all the ninja stuff in Zipangu. $10,000 gold. Nice. Somewhere... Yeah. So if we pull up the world map, here in the Southern Pacific is Easter Island. Now, I don't have the Thief skill Step Guard, but I do have a Quill. It's a new status I put in. Float. When you're floating, you take no you're immune to earth attacks, floor damage, but you take more damage from wind attacks. It does not wear off either. It has to be either dispelled or it goes away when you rest. Select the code from west to east and put it all together. If that works in your game, go for it. So you could come here earlier and pick up 10,000 gold. One. Alright, remember that for later. Alright, it said from west to east, so let's try... It is. That canal was 50,000 on its own. Ah, sweet, monk. This is a completely optional side area, so if you find it, just in the middle of the ocean. 4. Okay. We got 1 and we have 4. And the Ring of Light, which... Like the other rings, it's a 50,000 piece of equipment that negates damage from that element. So the angel feather that the guy was using on us before, that's light elemental. The light attacks that the papal soldiers will use on us just take 0 damage from them. It's an interesting economy you have there. Like the Great Depression. Alright, west to east, so... Now this will be the stopping point if you weren't, like, heavily prepared for it. I think we're prepared now. So the Crusher here, he's a completely scripted fight. See, I have the Magus Rod. Gives the if you have black magic, it teaches you Dispel. So let's go ahead and use that. Get rid of attack. His deal is he's going to use 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits, and then back to 1. And he hits pretty hard. Ways to boost your evasion, your defense. In between 1, 2, 3, 4, he guards. So if you don't go a little aggressive, and attack him while he is coming at you, you're going to have a hard time punching through. Although he is doable when you're here much earlier at level like 12, 13. He doesn't have a lot of health. And we have another puzzle fight here. Wishful Will. It's just a zombie, we can take him. In fact, I have a new light spell. Alright, considering his magic stat is all of 39, that's not bad. He's not wearing wizard gear right now. Now, flails are holy elemental, so if you want to hit for light elemental. If you want to hit for that, well, you could just wear a flail and boost them for physical attacks. Your magic healing won't be as great, but you could still make a decent fighter out of a cleric. All we got was 2 gold, 2 experience, 8 gold, and some meat. And we stole a bandage. So what do you suspect we're supposed to do here? Hold on. And you can even escape from this fight. And he taunts you. Now, Wishful Will here, he does have Void, the most powerful dark attack. He doesn't have a lot of MP, he can only use it like once. And he doesn't have a lot of magic power, so it doesn't do a lot. But it's there. You're supposed to let the poor guy win. Now, you fight him enough times, and you were like, well, clearly I can't beat him, so... At this point in the game, William, the main character, your character, he's locked into the story for now. That'll change. And there's no job points for him either, so... Unless you wanted to farm bandages or meat, no point in fighting him. The Giant's Belt is an upgrade from the Dino Necklace. Increases your max HP by a percentage. So I could take this tiny baby wizard and give him big boy HP now. Move, learn up in a row with JP or any order. You're gonna have to elaborate. I don't know what you're saying. Here we have a trickster. Another puzzle fight? He is not a human. He has nothing to steal. He has no pockets. Well, it depends on what works for your game. Like, you could learn these in any order. Just 6 of them cost 25 job points, and 2 of them cost 50. So the most powerful ones will cost a bit more. So if you want to get them right away, well, you're going to have to go without other skills. But then you have all the skills unlocked. There have been plenty of games that did just fine, where you learn them as you level up. You could certainly put... You could put a condition on a one that you can't learn it until the next one's learned, but if you do that, well, it completely sequentially, then what's the whole point of having the job point system? So this guy's gimmick, he zombifies you. When you're a zombie, when you're undead is what it's called, then you absorb dark attacks, take more damage from... Well, let's look at it. There's a few of these. There we go. You take more damage from light attacks, undead attacks, fire attacks. You're immune to instant death, and you're immune to regen, poison, sat, which is bleeding, fury, which is berserk, malediction, which stops you from being able to heal, life's hope, which is like re-raise, you die and come back, auto recover, which is the auto potion heal, the auto potion ability. And you lose the ability to aim. You can't focus as well. But on the other hand, you absorb Poison Elemental, which is called a human. You absorb Poison, you absorb the Absorb skills, so like Drain, you'll take damage and they will. Healing is actually done... Healing is an element. The way I did it so that we're not going to take damage from healing skills is healing is... Pull up a cleric. He actually does healing, but it's elemental. So if this is flipped, so if you absorb this, you're going to take damage instead of recovering. So that's how I had set up that. I'm sure there's other ways to do it. That's the way that made the most sense to me. Is to just make all healing be an attack that you absorb naturally. And if you absorb it this way, then it's going to flip it around, and now we're going to take damage from healing. And you absorb dark attacks. So there could be times you want to be undead. You only can recover this using holy water. Now to do that, I did have to give all of these an element. You have the black syrup, which is an item that deals darkness damage to one ally. Why would you want to deal damage to yourself? It's a darkness elemental. So if you have a zombie, you could use black syrups to keep him alive. So when a zombie hits 0, it's actually dead. Like The Walking Dead. These are all healing based. The only one I did not make healing based was your elixir, the cortisone. It's a naturally occurring thing in the human body. Let's not get too scientific right now. It does you good. And the sage, which is full recovery for everybody, but only outside of battle. This is your anywhere you want to use it tent, cottage. So it can be recovered with holy water and dying. I wonder if Cure can fix it, actually. No. Well, there's an easier way to find out. Just Cure. Cure can remove it. So, for 16 MP, your cleric can recover all status ailments. He's the only one that can do it, the cleric. So when you have all these, well, not all these, there's 16 classes. Only one can cure this. We'll go over the other ones on here when they are relevant. So he just zombified us. So he zombifies you and then starts to cast heal more. I could give it a more, you know, a name that makes more sense. Make it my, it's an RPG. It's a, I think, a fairly detailed RPG. You don't need to make players learn a brand new way to say things. And it's all written down right there on the top of the screen, what these attacks do. What the skills do. You don't have to make it hard to navigate. Like, oh, pummel, that was it. That was a punching attack in Final Fantasy VI. Yes, it's a punching attack. You know it as a punching attack. You pick a monk. You go to focus. I want to punch. I'm going to go to the one that looks like punch. Be original. No, why? It's just gonna just confuse people. So that's his thing. You could beat him much earlier levels. We are way beyond where you're expected to be at this point. But the big thing is that he's gonna zombify you and then begin to cast healing spells on you. Everyone is cured. Okay, good. 2. So we have 1, 4, 2. Does anyone want to venture what we plug into the number reel here? West to east, put it all together. What are we thinking? Well, I take your guesses now. Let me grab a beverage. Be right back. Alright, so from west to east, we got 1, 4, 2. So from west to east, let's go ahead and input that. 1, 4, 2. And put it all together. So 1, 4, and 2 together, that's 7. Ride the elevator up. Now we have 4 more paths to take. The southern one, this is the #1 prize. Actually, one of the #1 prizes here. Ale as a shield is the other light shield. There are 2 light shields in the game. The shield of the gecko, so simple a wizard could use it. It's pretty good defense, and it's something that a wizard can actually wear. Ale as a shield gives you innate magic barrier, which cuts incoming magic damage in half. So Joffrey here, he's going to be essentially immune to magic damage from here on out. A curse. The way defense works in this game, the way I set that up, we look at The basic attack, yeah. The way defense works is it's proportional. So it's going to take 127, subtract your defense, and then divide it by 128. So if you have 0 defense, then 127 divided by 128 is what you're multiplying the incoming damage by. So you're multiplying by practically 1 if you have 0 defense. So you're not reducing it at all. If you have 126, it's going to be 1 divided by 128. And so when you multiply that 1 by 128 by the incoming damage, which is this chunk here, then you're going to reduce it by almost entirely. So because it is percentage based, manipulating an enemy's defense, or your defense for that matter, does a lot. So the Papal Guard, he's going to be near immune to physical attacks. There's only 28 points of leeway here. Your defense can actually get to 129 with the way things are set up if you do a very particular wear build. That's fine. If you want to go that route and be immune to physical attacks, go knock yourself out. So you'd want to hit him with magic, or use curse and cut this in half, and it becomes much more reasonable. Is it bad of a new language for spells? I think it's unnecessary busy work for the player to learn it. That's why these aren't named anything fancy crazy. Dungeons & Dragons did as well as it did because it set a standard. Provided that the descriptions are there, it's not as bad as it sounds, but light does light damage. Heal more. Heals for more than heal. Heal most. There's always going to be some learning curve, like, what do I want to heal with? What does a tonic do? It's full heal, okay. I'm a fan of keeping it simple. What does an alarm clock do? It rings so everyone who's asleep gets woken up. Doesn't make sense for that to be just one ally. Everyone can hear the alarm clock, so everyone gets woken up. Like a Native American alcoholic beverage. Just think that's about as... I think that's about as out there as I get. I needed a 4th form of alcohol. Copyright does exist, but copyright, in the broadest sense of the words, if they were going to attack you for what you named something, then Final Fantasy would not exist because Dungeons & Dragons did it first. It is like 85 degrees outside and all the bikers are out. That is just the power of copyright police coming to get me right now. Now, this is a good time for a sage. And then we get a really bad kitty named Rojavine, which is actually the name of the Dutch explorer who discovered Easter Island. Long, long ago. He's not... I didn't want him to be too terrible. I think his big deal is he just has access to most things. And he absorbs fire, apparently. And he has innate regen, okay. Puts a little bit of pressure on you to do some damage to the guy. Means I have an ice. So weak at this point. Never mind. That's his thing. Okay. Meowmere is in Terraria. Nothing else can a sword be called Meowmere. I mean, when you say Meowmere, all I could think is Mjolnir. That's Thor's axe. Or Thor's hammer, sorry. So he used a new status as Countdown. This is going to tick down to 0, and when it ticks down, he's going to get cast with instant death. So unless he now if he hits him again with it, it'll reset back to 5 turns. But unless he is immune to instant death, he's dead in 4 turns. A sword that suits cats. That I'm sure there's a movie about that. PETA would have a fit. Alright, and the Jin, that's a summon skill. We haven't gotten there yet. But summon attacks are weaker than... They're in between the strength of tier 2 here and a tier 3 black magic spell. They do not split damage for hitting all enemies. And they cannot be reflected. So that is the plus in my... And they're more expensive. Well, they're expensive between tier 2 and what tier 3 would be. So there's the give and take of black magic. Oh, Mantra picked up just non-elemental attacks. Now, you might notice this is scaling, the difference of this. The Monk's MP, because he's focused, it scaled to how much MP he has. So, for example, Prayer Strike will always cost X percentage of... Find Monk on here. Monk's a newer class, there you go. So it's going to cost a percentage of his max. I like the dynamic that creates. Actually, I've been looking for a way to scale back the cleric's ultimate. Big guard. That's a chemist, not a cleric. So it was too much. Being able to throw up barrier and barrier on everyone for free. Well, that just cuts down 8 turns. How about just on yourself? There, just yourself. This way, you're not obsoleting the others. So he's wearing the fedora, which you got from one of the leaders. I think I forget who gave this to you. It's one of the side quests you do for one of the leaders of the nations. Prevent status ailments. And you look really fancy doing it. Just picturing this guy wearing an itty-bitty shield, a flail, a wizard robe, and a fancy hat. Real snazzy. And this would be the scenario you want to use the Alarm Clock for. Although you're dead, Bulk. Unless I happen to have... Did I buy? No. There is an item, accessory, that prevents instant death. You do not have that. So, you die. Alright, so see red. It's hard to tell with that icon. It's a very simple state here. It's called speed. Is it called speed? What did I call it? What did I call it? Yeah, call speed. You just get another turn. And you get access to that yourself on a class later. Just go twice. For 2 turns. Because the first one, the 3-3, that ticks down after you use it. So for 2 turns, you get to go twice. So he's got a little bit more dangerous. Life for 36 MP. Note they have extra supplies on, so it's cutting MP cost in half. It's just a full revive. Clerics are the only ones that can do it, so just have them be real good at it. It's good, it's reliable, it's there. Aura is just a non-elemental magic spell. Oh no, my magic. I'm purposefully keeping William in the Lord class for now, just to see how the new skills work out, because these are all new as of this stream. Wanted to give a player the reason to stay in this class. More than just being able to use any weapon. Oh, you got countdown again, Bulk. Well. You're already barriered. Never mind. You have 4 classes. You get to level 15 in the first class, and then 2 more unlock. Are you saying kind of like a Final Fantasy Tactics kind of deal? Wild Swing is a certain hit attack. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but it's guaranteed to hit. You also get access to that. I mean, that could work. Play through, like I say for most things, play through it and see how you like the way it flows. Every time I get a neat idea, I try it out and go, well, I actually didn't like that. Let's change it. Let's not do that. Alright, right when the battle was starting to get stale, he died. We were keeping up good pressure, hitting his weakness. That's about the time that should last. And for that fight, we get the healing staff, which is not a weapon. It's an item you can use over and over again in battle. So now anyone has access to heal more. And momentary interruption. We'll be right back. Like 2 minutes. Alright, returned. So every class, everyone now has access to a free cast of that spell in battle. In fact, everyone can use it all at once if they want to, but the game's going to be balanced around not using that. Take a little bit of damage when you step on these. You're not taking damage. Ah, you're floating. Yeah, 50 damage a pop. Next area that was open before, I think, but is more reasonable to do now. It's the name of the game, Uncharted Waters. It's a supply port, and for all the supply ports, you can rename them. And it's purely flavorful that you rename the port, and you get to see that name pop up. Barren open land sounds boring already, just in the name. Put plot advancing dialogue in there, character building. Here, we're all the way down in Australia. Alright, so fight the big bad guy, Toyota, while you're down there. He's fixing for an adventure, but these plants are in the way. Let's give him a hand. You don't have to clear them all, you just need a path to the end there. I listen to all requests. Gimp. That's the same word 3 times. Call them Gimpy? Is that the name of a plant out yonder? Yeah, we may as well heal up after that. The inn's right here. All supply ports have an inn. Places where there weren't a whole lot of presence at the time. Pop it in the Discord just in case. Let's see. Oh, it's a plant in Australia. It has stingers. Well, that sounds good. Known as the stinging brush. Gimpy. You know what? That sounds good. The Aussie has requested to name up the plant after an Aussie dangerous plant. Let's do that. So Mick here. Into the outback. So Mick is a Beastmaster. Beastman for the sole fact that Beastmaster doesn't fit in this character limit. This is a class we haven't had access to yet. It's in the 3rd tier of classes. And he has 4 pretty good skills for this area. We're not going to be using them. We have our own stuff to use. But he's got some whips. An hour and a half from Gimpy. Like, what, 60 miles? In this traffic. So that's like 800,000 miles in American, right? So the Outback has a whole ton of enemies. Hell, we haven't fought one of these in a while. Yeah, let's get them. Behemoths are one of the enemy types that you hit them and you take damage back. Their skin is very hard. They are vulnerable to blind. And sleep, I believe. Nice. Like a neat day trip. Although, putting him to sleep wouldn't be helpful, because with everyone attacking him, we're just going to wake him up anyway. The Wizard's class's limit attack is dual casting, which was wasted there by him dying. Right, they're very large, they use earth attacks. I should have tossed up a quill. We'll do that now. That'll last until someone dies, so... And because the Outback's such a big, adventurous place, I decided to have this be one of the zones where the background music doesn't change during battle. So, Experiment has one of 6 effects it uses at random. It's a pretty good one for right now. You could randomly use Infuse, which gives everyone MP. Nice. While we have this epic music in the background, let's go over the rest of what Experiment can do. So from the bottom, it can... has a very small MP restore, but because it's based off your magic attack, having... if he was still a chemist doing it, that would have healed like maybe 15, 20. But since it was a cleric doing it, it healed like 80, which is great. That's a wonderful scaling. Ambrosia. It gives the user Life's Hope, which is re-raise. You die, this revives you, and this goes away. The whole party gets a huge agility buff. The enemies take a big hit, basically on your physical attack. All of them, not split damage. Herb, the entire party gets a full status cure. So technically, the chemist can also do it, but it's random. Or charge limit. Everyone just gets 25 TP towards... well, not TP. Everyone gets 25 limit towards their to their break. There you go. And we'll use those later. There are... if I pull up the map for the Outback... where's Geelong? Geelong was made pretty early in? Maybe not? No, Geelong was not pretty early in. Pretty recent. So there's Geelong. We pop into the Outback, and So a lot of this is open space. You come in through here. You got this area where you got a little something to do. You climb all the way up and around to get the red jacket, which is the armor that absorbs fire at elemental attack. And you have this little cove here just where treasure is. And you have this forest where you can get some more stuff as well. So there's a lot to do here. At no point do you have to fight anything here except for... There's only like 2 or 3 mandatory encounters in here at all. It rains in the forest area. It stops when you leave. A couple Sheilas. Let's take them on. Now they're pretty nimble, so I'm going to use order so that no one misses their attacks this turn. Or they could just put the person using it to sleep. They can be poisoned, so that'll help too. So the fairy pendant protects against confusion and sleep. And that's why when you fight a fairy, they use poison. They use not confusion is sleep. They use confusion. They use sleep. Confusion doesn't work like it does in other games. Confusion here, you still input a move, and you have a chance to either do that move. It's a coin flip, or you attack yourself in your confusion. It's more of a Pokemon confuse. It's more of an irritant that you lose a turn because you're attacking yourself. Right, they have something to steal. So he just stole mana from himself. Rods, you swing with a rod, you get some MP back. So he attacked himself and then restored his own MP by attacking himself. I guess it could have been worse. That Ring of Light would be useful here. We just picked that up at Easter Island too. Yeah, the difference having all that the Aeolus' shield did there, 95 damage to his 300. But 1500 XP for that fight. Pretty good. And, you know, in this area you could just decline encounters if you don't want to fight it. Who gets the light? You do. Monks don't have a great access to magic, or to defense, but they have a lot of HP to make up for it. Oh no. Jumped by Gimpies. Note they're still called Orchid because while some things, like I explained why this updated live, the database does not save live. In fact, some of the database things are so locked into place that you can't change them without starting a brand new game. All luck does is it increases your chance of avoiding a status effect. The Rebirth Ring is an accessory that you wear it when you die, it revives you and this thing breaks. And goes away. Figure I'd throw a few of those in since I figured out how to put them together. I'm not planning on making the game require that at any point, but it's there. This really feels like a tune more from Pokemon, but I kind of liked it for the Outback here. Got a couple angry blokes. I don't know, never been to Australia. Maybe they do have Minotaurs very angrily roaming the lands. That status effect is Bleed. It's called Sap. You're just going to lose some health every turn. It goes away at the end of battle. The encounter rate's pretty low here. It's just because you can still run. You get into quite a few battles because you're moving quickly. You go through those 20 steps very fast. The game's trying to get you to do a bit of grinding at this point. Because I want to ramp up the... I made this area much bigger than I would have otherwise. Because I want to ramp up the difficulty. This area up here works a little different. You see these guys hop out of the ground. They are weak to light attacks. If you have any of those, well, they'll do good here. The Morning Star that the Cleric is wearing is naturally light base, so... we'll fix that 33% chance to steal soon. In fact, game. That's holy water. Oh wait, this one right here. The Thief Gloves, right in the middle. The Thief Gloves gives you a 100% chance to steal. Originally, this was only wearable by the Thief, and I decided, if you can make anyone anyone can do the crime as long as you subclass them into Thief. So why not? We'll go ahead and give you the Thief Gloves. It increases your agility too, and that's pretty good. The Thief has some skills that are the damage is based off of your agility. So now he has a 100% chance of stealing from anyone who has something to steal. So anything human or humanoid adjacent. So for each one of these, we get a free healing root. That's the 500 HP item recovery, and it is an ingredient in some mixes. So the blokes can be blinded. That was unfortunate. Better. Oh, right. One more thing I was thinking about, and I wanted to add in. Being blind, it hurts your evasion. If you can't see an attack coming, you can't avoid it. So the clue is that when you kill one of these, the guy that pops out, and you go to leave this section, another one pops out to tell you, hey, you should beat these guys up. Now, the other ones wandering around, they also count towards the kill total for these. Right, they're weak to light. He has, as a monk, he has a prayer strike. It's light elemental. No, that wasn't it? Okay. There is only a set number you have to fight of these. There we go. There's like 5, 6 of them. And you bring out the big boy. Fight a bunch of the little guys. So this guy is a bit of a preview. If you hadn't gone to Blackbeard's place yet, this would be a bit of a preview. If you have, this would be just a reminder. Blinding him helps a lot. They also can do that on their second turn. They're going to see red and go nuts. Temper gives you an additional basic attack. It can be pretty good, depending. Like, if you have an ally who's in Fury mode, having them swing twice, you'll get more bang for your buck. Retaliate gives you 100% counterattack chance for X number of turns. No, well. He tried. Alright, we should just about have him. Alright. And for that battle, you get the Magma Staff, which, just like the Healing Staff, you now have access to. Anyone can use Blaze more. In battle. So there, when he ran, really, you should. If you come out of your way to get the Magma Staff, you shouldn't be casting Blaze more anymore. Blaze more anymore. You shouldn't be casting it. Just wield the Magma Staff and get the same cast for free. There is one more mandatory encounter here that I'm just going to flee until I get to it. So you wanted to make an open land not boring? Well, this is the closest I got to it. Place has regions. I'm assuming there's a desert somewhere in Australia. There's that. Alright, here is a box of more monsters. And the thing with the only difference between the Magma Staff and casting Blaze more is you can't multi-target the Magma Staff. Nice. Could be criming everyone here. It's free. The cleric, not built for magic power, does not have great healing capabilities, but it's enough. Try to balance things around not having huge multi-target heals, because that makes a game boring if it's required. It's just lazy game design if and opponents are just going to spam multi-target attacks at you, expecting you to then be dedicating someone to undoing that. Which is why you don't have a source of multi-target healing at all in the first leg of the game here. And for that we get the red jacket, which is armor that, identical to blue and yellow, it just absorbs a different element. Alright, so let's go ahead and just walk out of here. No encounters. Hold control when you're playtesting, and you can ignore terrain and walk out and... I missed a spot. Fix that. Better. And then pull up the map, and there we go. Fixed. We have enough levels, and if I was ever too behind levels, or I want to see what over leveling was like, I made this item. It just gives everyone a level up. This is for testing. This does max damage to an enemy. Max damage? Just damage to an enemy. It ends fights very quickly. If I just wanted to get through something fast. So there's the Outback. Right, and Mick was there. Now here in along Indonesia is another supply port. Brunei. Pure flavor to be able to name them. Actually, we don't have to sail all the way back around. We made that canal. So then... yeah, so I feel like the Outback went okay. I just... yeah, 55 steps for the encounter is just... that number just keeps going up. There's also an item that, accessory you could be wearing. Let's see. It halves the encounter rate. So there's that, it exists. Venice is the capital of Italy. No, if you've been wandering around the Mediterranean, you'd have found out that Genoa was the capital. And we get a tonic. That's a full health restore. Right now he has... how many does he have? Would you mind? Just move. There we go. Quiz time, there we go. There are 15. Yeah, this is done with a very simple... And then that I have the answers here. And then the way that this battle actually works is... Where did I make him? Where is that encounter? What's that encounter called? Hold on. True or false? Alright, fair enough. Capital T? Alright, where are you? It's here somewhere. I suppose I could look at the number then. Group 2, okay. Here it is. It's literally right here. This is what happens. It changes music and it pops open the common events. Right now it's if you do them all, he just throws $1,000 at you, and he leaves. That's how that's set up. So this pops up, and then it controls switches to these. If you get it right, the way the enemies themselves work, they have the most of the script on them. So they counter with either 511 or 512. True counters with either 511, 512. False counters with 59, 510. Make sure they have 100% counter rate. They do not respond to magic attacks. I don't want them to, because then you could multi-target and really mess things up. They're immortal. I said 5, 9. So, the way these work, the counter conditions, single target physical attacks, the only things they respond to, and it matters which switch of these is on. And then each of these will pop on which switch is true or what have you. So here, true will be on. So if you hit false, then true will be on and you'll be wrong. If you hit true, if true's on and you hit true, then you get the prize wheel. And the prizes are as such. You can get an accessory that's just a ribbon. You get full status immunity. As I come up with questions, I add them on. I made this in such a simple way because I wanted this to be scalable. Like, there's 16 questions. I could have as many questions in here as I want. And I was kind of trying to alternate the questions between geography, what people tell you. Like, you don't expect it to know this, but there's an old man in London who screams this at you every time you talk to him. Not screams, he tells you. And battle mechanics. Undead enemies can be killed with the smelling salt. No, you cannot use items on enemies. I just said that. Yes, it's true. Someone tells you this. The Yellow River is not in the New World. That is in Asia. So yeah, there's that. And that's how I set that up. It was a fun time there trying to figure out how that was going to work. So I knew I wanted to have a game show, just didn't know where I was going to put it. Or how to implement it, and then eventually it all worked out. Right, Genoa. We delivered that silver. We didn't go back to get our prize. One of the reasons we went to Africa. And for that you get the lucky ribbon, which is a hat that anyone can wear. It doubles the drop rate. And the way that works is... Why are you full screen? Alright, whatever. It's being weird. An enemy has a 1 in 16 chance of dropping a gold axe. Wearing that drops it to 1 in 8. Or 1 in 4. So that's the double. 1/2, 1/8. For the tedium of sailing all the way to Africa and back. Meanwhile, you have the guild side quest storyline, which began in London, and now we're in Amsterdam doing those guild missions. They asked us to bring a letter from this guy to Dew. And you get various rewards for doing it. Like an upgrade for your wizard. Each guild has 5 jobs. Ooh, a fire rod. I'll boost the amount of damage I'm doing with Blazemore. All we have to do is go collect a debt. From Dublin, which happens to be right here in Ireland. Now note the dog has a couple things starting for him. The shield is Insulate. The shield's also going to take half damage from elemental attacks. So let's get rid of that. A heck of a dog. The dog will do that when he drops low on health, but you can hit him with any status ailment, so if you're just trying to rush him down, you could get very frustrated. Knowledge Bomb does damage, it's your level times, like, 15? What is it? It's true damage. It does exact damage. Very few enemies have resistance to them. Yeah, it's just your level plus your level times 15. for a slime jelly and alchemical gunk. And I feel like that formula at this point has... it's held up nicely for that damage to be competitive. Like, we're hitting this guy for about 500 even, and for the cost of 2 items you have to go out of your way to get, you can do a bit more than that to a single enemy. We're monsters. And for that we get a fire rod. Oop, sorry. Fire rod increases the amount of damage that fire attacks do, so... Right, we had picked up the Blood Blade. I want to see how this works. This weapon has lifesteal built into it. So I'm curious how that'll affect... how that will mesh with his skill that causes you to take damage from dealing attacks. Because these skills are new, I want to see how those interact. Then Ernst has a job for you. Oh right, one other thing I was gonna do in the Pacific. So he's guiding you towards Hawaii. We're not gonna head that way yet. Just because it's out of the way. Yeah, it looks like it feels like it's time to move on then. That's one more thing we can do while we're in the New World. Sail up the Mississippi. Disembark at the end to collect a bunch of pumpkins. You'll need those for later. And this guy tells you about the Mississippi, so... Here in Havana. They have been a problem. Pirates in the Caribbean? Ah, that was like a movie tale for me. Talk to this guy to head back to the ship. Alright, so there's the baseline. I'll see how Backlash interacts with that, because it's supposed to take the element of your weapon. Alright, so with the Blood Blade, you get the double damage, and you don't take damage back. You know what, that's niche enough, I'm cool with that. I was thinking Heavy Strike, because it costs 259 health to do it. The Wild Man, the Berserker class, pretty much. The Wild Man class, they use their HP to do their special attacks. So you could spend it and then get some health back. That's just unfortunate that he was immediately punished for doing so. Huh, he dropped a pumpkin. Nice. The dams will always begin with countdown. They have a big bucket of health to go with it. But we don't plan on letting them stick around too long to use it. And you're not locked into this at all until you actually fight the big boss. Alright, so wait, let's actually look at that. 927. Lose 200. So it looks like he's still losing health. Good, so it's not free. It takes away the health first, and then he gains it back. Okay, you just get a little bit more back. I like that. That's good. It's no longer... It's just not free. That's good. Oh, there's a dead end. Come around, notice the corpse in front of this box. Welcome back. This battle is, have you heard about AoE attacks? I think this is the most you've ever fought at one point. Up to this point. Just get caught up there. So here is hard to see when you're zoomed in, but you don't have to complete the map if the player can't see it. There's no reason to drag this all the way down. So there, you mentioned you need a rope. Eventually poke your head over here. Oh, now you're letting me mini screen minimize and... Aw, I didn't save in there? That's too bad. Alright, what are we choosing? Just get back where we were. Holding down control to get rid of... Stop random encounters. Until the moment I let go. You mean like, right here? Pressing left, you'll toggle, but if you do all enemies, you're splitting the damage between the two of them. And that is available through... Oh, what plugin was that? Target Core? Was it Target Core? It was not Target Core. Selection Control, yeah. Under Target Core is Selection Control, which... Vanilla does not have that. And then they have a bunch of different settings for it all. No, Vanilla does not have the ability to toggle. Vanilla, you choose just these. This is the only choices you have. That was 5,000 gold. I'll pick that up. So you're gonna gain many riches diving into Blackbeard's hideout here. Having enemy twice as two separate enemies. I don't think I understand the question yet. Alright, all of you guys, let's first we cook you. Dynamite can stun an enemy, so let's do that. Now, anyone who survives all that, we'll try to poison them. Nothing here is incredibly dangerous. Runic enemies will give you no experience. Is there a reason to make the distinction between them? Easiest way to check would be to put them in the game and test it. See if it's fun and interesting and not a slog. Huh. Looks like we got every drop from every enemy. Nice. The runic enemy is an enemy that's gone wild with runic enemies. It's an interesting sentence. Yes, you destroy the snake and realize, yeah, I can use it as A rope. If runic is a set, the easiest way to test it, just put it in. You have the Earth Axe. Is an axe. When you use it, it magnifies Earth damage. The only one who can use an axe aside from Lord is the Wildman, and he has an attack. He has an Earth attack. So. A lot of good choices for wizards. Just don't be afraid whenever you do put anything in your game that you might need to cut it. It might need to change for it to fit or work or bird. Thought I had a bow. I think someone's wearing the bow in the back row. Unfortunate. If you made your battle system interesting enough that grinding is not a slog, then go for it. If you don't think it is absolutely interesting enough to make grinding interesting, then I hate the word grinding. Because it puts such a bad taste in my mouth that of something that should not be there. Like all those battles I was running away from, just if you have to put grinding in the game, just put another zone in so that you fight things along the way to be strong enough to get to where you need to go next in the storyline. I don't feel like there should never be a need to grind in a game unless game is either incomplete or bad. Grind should never be necessary. I've very recently been playing two RPGs that did not have a clear story, and that only angered. Legend of Cold Steel, that game is awful, and the story is all over the dang place and doesn't know what it wants to be. And Legend of Heroes, Trailer Cold Steel. And Dragon Quest XI, who doesn't know what it wants to be, it's just a boring slog. you can make that not be the case, go for it. But the days of, alright, here's your character, go save the world, without a story, like the days of Dragon Warrior 1? No, there was story in that. It was go save the Dragon World. How you do is up to you. Final Fantasy 1? No, there's... The story is go fight the knight, now go save the world. Three points on the map. Hey, there's three things on the world. Go get them. That could be plenty of motivation for someone to play the game. You're also going to run into plenty of people that are not interested in the story. And those people would be perfectly fine with you not having one. I try to keep the story to a minimum. Zelda 1 style. What is the deal with this bird? I've not talked about the condor. Condor is weak to thunder and wind. Not ice, okay. I took away ice being a weakness. This boss wants you to have a ranger. Shoot him with the bow. And I had my bow on the wrong person. Okay, so that was the confusion I was having. He used to be weak to ice. Then I made wind more available. Except if you think, like, Zelda 1, was that a good game? Can you make an argument Zelda 1 was good? Maybe someone can? Exploration is what an RPG is about. Combat and exploration, with a smattering of story to keep the game moving forward. Interesting. Fury stack. Are these not inflicting the same fury? Hold on. It's a new what? A passive state 7. Passive state 7. Why can you stack it twice? Why are we getting the effects of it twice? Sounds like the Thorn armor is no longer going to be giving Fury, then. I'll use it for the time being. You weren't even wearing the Ice Rod. Whatever. Oh. Heavy armor. Let's just strip that off then. I don't like that double stacks on there. I assumed it would just give it once instead of putting it on there twice. Alright, so let's just swap this out to slightly better armor then. Force. So. Well, of course I do. I don't know what you're trying to say there, but he's wearing two pieces of gear that both gives the same passive. That's what's going on, and I thought one would ignore the other if it's already there. It doesn't. They both put their own instance of it on. Which is weird, because they're giving the same state. Very strange that it would do that. Oh, note, the entire body now turns red. Instead of just the fire over his head. The bonuses are stacking. Which is strange, too. You wouldn't expect that to happen. Oh, when you're angry, you can't be confused or stunned. And here's the turns you red. Alright, let's take this guy a little bit more seriously. There we go. Okay, let's do what we gotta do to buff him up then. Quick, have some alcohol. That's a percentage-based attack. It's also light-based, though, so you could prevent it damage from Angel Feather by wearing either light-protecting gear, or just look for it here. Or math protection, true damage protection, which we do have. We have Chiron's Grail and the Ring of Light. Yeah, so let's go ahead and just stop that from happening. There we go, we're just gonna buff him to hell. Blessed Aria is a free in-battle revive, but you only get 1 health out of it. Versus Life, which, by the actual White Wizard, heals you. And restores you to full health. Pretty much the same move, big distinctions. Can you be silenced? We just shush you. No, no shush. Bulk, please. This guy is intended to be quite tough, as you have all the tools you need to get... You should have a lot of tools at this point, having gone through the world here. We're doing quite a bit of damage with just the bow. Some of the dialogue plays out differently depending on who you have in your party. Keeping in mind that Kair and Raja here are both optional characters. Search the nest, free fire ring. Of course, once I put on the lantern, he never used Angel Feather again. So I changed what this armor was. The only way to actually have that come into effect is to sell this and get another one. So I'm just going to sell this. I don't need the full plate armor. Here, there's no more random encounters in the general areas here. Well, at least outside. If we walk around them, we will get caught. They will get a surprise attack. That didn't go horribly, so yeah. Now you get a preemptive strike if you instigate the battle from the other side. Now that guy in Havana said that these guys are weak to dark attacks, so any of those crucibles we came across, oh, we can throw that at them. Yeah, we'll leave him tied up. We've been a good boy this run. The one Reflect Knight stops me from using my crowd AoE. But we can go nuts criming. Bulk's a battle. Mirror is a battle item. Use it in battle. You can put Reflect on an ally. You wearing fire or ice? Ice. Malediction is the status that prevents you from being able to heal for most ways. Regen gets around that. So a tiny way to heal, and the Blood Blade will get around that too, which is what you should be wearing. Now you can do whatever you want. That's what I'm wearing. So what he's trying to use back there, that is in fact trying to cast Zap on everyone on your team whose level is a multiple of 4. Being 22s across the board, no one here is a multiple of 4. But in a couple levels we will be, so I'll have to keep that in mind. He does come with Insulate, so the ice won't do as much damage. But he can't really do much to he can't do anything to Reflect Knight, so we may as well attack what we can. Or you just have him swing for the fences and get some MP back. Oh, mana. The enchanted armor to recover some MP as we wander about. Now, if we head over there to the barracks, we're going to get into a series of fights, and then get kicked out anyway, so let's not do that. If we head down, we'll be spotted by that guy and his dogs. You could absolutely just, minus the barracks, you could just plow your way through. In here, there are random encounters. It's dark. You can't see the bats. We don't need to fight a dog. A locked door. Let's remember that for later. Now, if we sneak up on the loyal dogs will take off. You could just fight your way through the dogs. This guy's similar to the large bloke we had fought before. He can be blinded so that he doesn't necessarily just, decide to slice William in half. And that was with pretty good armor on. That was just unfortunate. Alright, so that key will open up the door we first saw locked up at the beginning of this section. I wonder who says that if you don't have Raja. Actually, I'm curious now. Yeah, Jeffrey says it. Power of morality. Revving by. You get different will-only equipment here based on what you let her do. You either get an angel mail or a sinister, something more sinister if you. But this is how you absorb light. Little hurt there, Raja. If you had gone south from the dog wrangler, you could skip that whole scene. It's purely optional. You don't have to get the leader key. There's another way in. There's a Minotaur there. Come from above. Knock him out. Not really stealth mechanics, but you walk in front of some of these guys, they will see you. Yeah, just act like you belong. The password is not Blackbeard. Password is not Jolly Roger. Catalina doesn't know the password. So let's just not do it like that. Now, if you head up to the leader's house, you'd beat up their leader, who's one of the leaders outside of this outdoor area, get an outfit to dress up like him, and then head in that way through the pub entrance. The alternative way in grab this, and you can head back to the barracks. Yeah, there's a few good people in here. We don't want to... We've been fighting one, maybe two at a time. That one time we fought three, and that was a slog. Probably don't want to try to fight more than that. I'm actually going to show off both ways to get in. Because you don't have to choose. You could do them both. You really wanted to. And Bolt clears the way. Jin's a thing, right? Yeah, okay. If he were a sneaky enough person, he could take that key off his person without waking him. So if you want, you could fight him and take the key. Or, what kind of way do we have to make him sneaky? If he was a thief, you just take the key off of him. And it reinforces, hey, this is how you did it. Good job. Prevent yourself having to fight that one guy. Right, and that unequipped everything, because a thief can't wear any of that stuff. So that heavy key opens the gate in the sewer. So you have two ways of getting into the pirate cove. You can sneak in through the pub dressed as a leader, or you could head in through the drink. We're gonna go in through the drink first. I wonder. I haven't thought about doing it this way. We'll go here first, get the disguise. No, wait, never mind. I lied. You don't put on the disguise until it's time, so it wouldn't mess anything up to have the disguise. I was just making sure I thought of every scenario, and I did. You put on the disguise at the pub. Wow, what is this? Hold on. What's going on here? 40. 40. That did not look like 40 to me. Game, please. I'm trying to, like, advertise for you as we playtest this. The bulk of the work to be done is in Act 3. Energizer is a full MP restore. This screen does not have random battles because notice that water is darker. Because we're swimming. This is the first time I use this gimmick. I use it again later to a much greater extent. But at this point, you have 20 seconds. Timer does stop when you pop open the menu. Well, it pauses. Or else you drown. Game over. And it disables saving while you're in the water. You cannot save yourself into a game over right here. No random encounters. You're only holding your breath for 30 seconds. You can't fight an encounter in that time too. I mean, sure. I'm sure you could. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not your dad, I don't tell you what to do. But you'll have to do that later, so. And that's the big thing. I think it's a neat little thing to change up the gimmick. There's a whole dungeon based on this later. You could take on the leader and get the disguise, or go through the Drake and face big boy with an orb. Do I have anything lightning based? No. So he's weak to lightning. You have... There are ways a few classes could get access to it. Hey, Highwind. There is very, very few original art here. Let's see. There are many very talented people who have either free to use or pay to use assets that I have bought or used. Some of them are standard, but it all looks pretty good. And as long as it doesn't look too out of place, I feel like you can do enough with this tool to make the game look different enough from other people using the same thing to make a fun experience. All the music as well is either from RPG Maker or from people that have. Whenever I come across one on the Steam Workshop that I find interesting, I go ahead and give them my patronage for being talented enough to make music or draw art. As I have a few talents, art is not one of them. Just keeping Jeffrey locked down. That's fine, as long as he's not attacking the rest of the party. If you have an idea for a game or an idea make things interesting, make a more or less generic-ish RPG interesting, I would absolutely recommend picking it up. It's pretty intuitive if you have a mind for how, or just an interest in how old RPGs worked. Like that backlash ability where we're dealing damage to an enemy and we're taking damage back. In Dragon... What is it? One of the Dragon Warrior 4 is a sword called the Double-Edged Sword. It's pretty strong, but you take damage back. I was wondering, how could I replicate that here without getting crazy in JavaScript? Well, there are commands where I can set R to equal round down, that's all math floor means, my basic attack formula here, times their defense, the basic attack formula, and then you're going to gain health to a negative amount of R, and then deal damage to him equal to R times 2. So that's all what's really going on there. If that means nothing to you, I apologize, but to prevent rounding errors, I just took out the variance. You play a game, you're like, oh man, I wonder how they did that. I wonder how I could do that. Then you end up with like a lot of neat questions in your mind, like, how would I make that happen? And then you spend hours and hours trying to figure out how to make it work the way you want it to, without rounding errors. To find out you put one too many spaces, and now it's broken. The price tag's a bit much for RPG Maker. I think when I got it, it was like $60. But I'm a crazy person, and I've put way too much into this program. I'm not even saying money, like, money on time-wise. Steam says I've done this for, you know, over 1,000 hours. Yeah, like the sound of that. And paid a lot of people good money for art assets and music, and I appreciate people with talent. In drawing, and well, when this gets closer to completion, we'll be looking probably around Twitch for a good artist to commission cover art for this. I can't draw worth a darn. As tough as this guy is, he still only gets one move a turn, so he doesn't really have a big way to do AoE damage either, so you could keep up on him. Eventually the pressure will push you towards running out of... Looks like I'm out of gunk. That's fine. The characters, they are all more or less original art. There's a creator here, and you're given a fairly blank slate from which to make people. And from that, you can get pretty varied, actually. That would have done a lot. That would have killed Raja. That did 400 damage. Halved by magic defense, and then halved again by insulate. Whew. Yeah, we should just about have him. Nice. So, the way I played through, I like to have bosses be around where if you're putting forward pressure on and you're engaging his gimmick, which is being weak to lightning, you brought any source of lightning. However I feel like the battle should be ending is generally where I'll then end it. If he didn't die there, I probably would have started taking away his health. Alright, so you've mastered Chemist and Cleric. Let's tag you out. Kyra Eldin. Welcome. You stay equipped in case we need to tag you in. Now, you're not locked in to going into the drink. So now that we've beaten that boss, we could just head back and go in the front door instead. If you go in through the drink, you're going to pop up in their watering hole, pretty much, and you'll have to sneak your way through, and there'll be certain hallways that'll be closed off to you, or else you'll get into a fight. If you go the other route, and you're dressed as one of them, there's big quotation marks about a huge, like, dressed as them kind of thing going on. Then you could talk to them. And I think that's the more interesting route. Albeit not the more interesting. Not the more realistic. Water route. 40 steps. No, that was like 4. Sometimes the math makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. And there's purposefully no place to revive here, or heal. This is the climax of Act 2. It's the big thing. The thing you've been working towards this whole time. Oh, and all characters, except for William and Jeffrey, they change their outfits when you change their class. So Kyra did sporting this neat hat. That's just what he looks like as a ranger. Right, you mastered Monk. Time to switch you... Did you master Monk? Yeah. Time to switch you over to Thief. Subclass of Monk. You'll eventually come back to Monk, but I want you to learn Thief. Thief's not particularly powerful. Where's the feather? Who's wearing the feather? Could have invested into better knives. It's fine. Meet. Countdown. His gimmick. Every 6 turns, he'll use 5 turns to live. If you had bought the accessory at any of the shops I did not stop at, you could negate that entirely by just equipping one of those, and when it ticks down, nothing will happen. I didn't do that. Kinda wish I did, but I didn't. You have the fire rod, okay. Otherwise, if we look at Countdown, he is weak to light attacks, and he's human. Now, that is the accessory that protects you from instant death. So I'm going, because he has life, I'm going to go ahead and put that on him. So now when it ticks down, he will not die. What you can do is the people in the back row do not get, the counter doesn't go down. So you could tag them in and out and keep the timers from syncing up. I'm going to try not to do that. Actually, may need to keep Raja tagged in for healing. All my healings on the person in the back row. The Man-Eater should do good work there, though. So a lot of what he's going to want to do is just kind of use 5 turns to live, inflict countdown, and then stall. Put you to sleep. Use up your mana so you can't stop it. And I think I made it so that holy water... If I didn't... Okay. That was something on my to-do list, and I didn't think of doing it yet. Holy water cures countdown. There. As a hidden heal. Yeah, there we go. But it won't here because it doesn't update. It doesn't update mid-fight. Now, the undead also are immune to this, so if you went somewhere like the pyramid, got turned to zombies, you could then come here and be immune to it. Now, if he casts that when you are still ticking down, it'll refresh it. So you could tag people in and out, since he does it at a set interval. To make sure you stay on top of... Stay, not dead. Mind Blast will be countered by that. You might have noticed you don't see a lot of critical hits coming. Oh hey, I forgot. Bulk as a thief. Just a snazzy outfit and some earrings. You may have noticed you don't see a lot of critical hits happening. That's intentional. Only certain weapons can critical hit. Knives, ninja swords... bows and arrows. Right, no mana. Oh, we have smelling salts. Smelling salts for days. Smelling Salts is a flat 50% revive. So the Thieves' limit skill is Nasty Knives all enemies based on your agility. And a thief can get... well, do your thing. Thieves' agility, it can rack pretty high. Like, it can be very competitive with your attack, depending on how you load up your gear. Like, the Lion Mask will throw it up to 105. Let's do that, actually. He's using fire, may as well have the red jacket on. But since he's human, Dispatch should do way more. Yeah, 1,000 damage. That's 4 times as much as a basic attack right now. It's not the limited skills are not the end all. The crit did just as well, which is another reason why not many skills crit. Alright, he's dying. Alright, so that was, he was trying to use instant death on everyone in the party who's a multiple of level 5. Which is nobody. So that worked out. You're out of MP. Well, he is considered, is he considered undead? No, he's just light based, right? Yeah, not undead. It's still free, so may as well you attack with that. Pinion, full heal, full revive on everybody in the party. When you've almost got him, he goes into like a desperation mode, just tries to burn through that over and over. Provided you are math safe, you'll be fine. His most dangerous move is Drain, which Chiron's Lantern will protect you from. We can drain him right back. Now, level 5 beat will not... It will not bypass the accessory that William's wearing, so if you stole it off of him, then you'd have an instant way to get around it regardless. So the answer is right there behind a steal. It's my attempt at humor. Poison would have been really helpful there, because he's human, and poison is technically human elemental. And it warns you, hey, did you get it? Did you get them both? They are not the key item. So if you headed down from this direction, it's the same map, it's just you're on the left side now instead of the right. Those guys will attack you if you go walk down that direction. And the only shop in here is this one right here. It's only accessible if you're dressed up. The Alucard candle, it makes you a zombie. So if you went through all that, you could then just be undead. I'll pick up one of those. Could be helpful. Don't worry, all these we're nowhere near. This is the end of Act 2. We've got at least pull up the. There's at least another 2 acts to go after this. The gimmicks will come back around. You're like, well, that would have been really good beforehand. Well, it'll be really good later too, don't worry. Oh, and he's dressed up here in the menu. The bathhouse is how you come in the first time. If you come over here without the outfit on, you'll get into a fight with these guys. Don't need to be walking through there. And he's even dressed up in random encounters. I like the outfit, Kyer. The blue hat looks better. We'll chalk up the random guys walking through here as people who know you're not the boss. We'll be fighting plenty of these guys soon enough. And there's a tangible reason to be running from fights. It hasn't come up yet. It won't for a while. But cowardice will pay off. Limit skills always go first. They're given 1,000 speed bonus. The only thing that could outspeed it is another one. Right, the chicken feather gives magic evade. Like, how do you dodge a fire attack? Right. And you just happen to still be wearing the Ring of Fire. Good timing. Having all my healing on one person and then not having them in the party is rough. Yeah, that was a tier 3 fire spell. Just bounced off Jeffrey with the Aeolus' shield on. Kyra also has a very outdated bow. I did not upgrade it at all. Like, there are easily 2 tiers higher available right now. Nice. Being dead at the end of battle does not stop you from getting experience. I felt like that was a foolish mechanic. You could still learn from the ground. The only way that makes sense is if bosses don't give experience. Because they're meant to be real tough, someone could die kind of deal. Okay, so for that we got the reason to revive. There. We got the cursed armor, which is heavy armor. Gives you ridiculous defense. If you recall earlier, I was mentioning how defense is proportionally percentage-based at a 128, and it gives the upgrade from where he is now, like if I just take it off, gives 60 defense. So half right there. But it makes you undead, so you can't heal mid-fight, so there's a give and take. You could still recover during other ways, like the Blood Blade. You absorb the blood, the cursed armor doesn't care that you're absorbing blood. And undead means you're weak to fire, which is protected by the fire ring. No one's using light, so I don't think that's a problem. I also don't need this on anymore. I don't think regen works through it. Maybe, let's give it a shot. I don't recall. And there's a second pair of boots of Divine Justice. I wonder, we'll fight this one battle to see if regen ticks. Regen ticks through cursed armor. Nice. You can't put regen on someone mid-battle with the cursed armor, but with the Phoenix Cape, it looks like it bypasses that. And that's not bad. I went out of my way to get the healing staff. I can have someone brandish it every now and then. Be wary, it will also... If I go ahead and save first. Alright. I wonder how that works out of battle then. You don't need Cleric as a subclass. Go... So, Blackbeard's behind that door. Basically the bathroom's over here. You would have come from the other side and experienced this scene had you come from the other side from the water. I wonder, did I take into account, what if you were so stubborn? If you leave, he'll take off the outfit, but what if you leave through the water? I feel like I didn't consider this. Yeah, so let's adjust that. There, put on some nice guitar tunes. Now, how would we prevent you from walking back to the world map with that outfit? How about... Yeah, you pop out, you say, this is where Blackbeard is. I grab any of these. Is Doorman's on? What is the... Yeah, I don't have disguise, it's Doorman. Okay. Doorman is 342. How about we just don't... I don't want to get it wet. How about that? There's Sneaky Will. I mean, it's simple. If the Doorman's on, Doorman is the tag I was using for if you're in a disguise. Alright, let's confirm that it works. The Doorman is on, so... Why aren't you moving me right? It can't put me right. Alright, how about not right? Or how about not there? Yeah, it says move right. I guess it can't move me into this tile? I'm using region to allow access to allow me to walk through the water. You can't normally walk through this. What if I just tag that as absolutely okay to walk through? Will that make you happy, game? For some reason, it doesn't want to put me in that spot. Okay, don't leave myself in the pillar. Alright, now it's happy. However, I could just jump off the ledge here. It lets you jump down, but not up, which I'm fine with normally. That's fine, I just put the tag here as well. Where else can I jump off? Just there. Or... I'll take this, just put them both right there. And then... if the escape sequence is on, then this just goes to nothing. There we go. This should work? I see no reason why this won't work. I see no reason until it doesn't work, then I will brainstorm further. Good. Now if I was already on this side, nothing's wrong. Okay, good. And you can't get on that side dressed this way. Alright, back to where we were. Well, I'm glad I thought of it and poked my head over here, otherwise you could mess some things up dressed up like this. Well, it wouldn't mess anything up, just be some inconsistencies that I'm not fond of. I like to say I've thought of things. Now, if you were sneaking, these two would then walk by, giving you a... These two would then walk by as you hide over here, and you'd overhear a hint at the next boss. But if you came through this way, you don't get that hint. Right, he's undead, so that's just going to drain his MP. Stop that. Stop that for a moment. Incredible power, but incredible annoyance. Become unbreakable. Curious what it'd be like to fight 3 summoners? And Kyre is in level 4 zap range. You're wearing the yellow jacket, right? Let's just talk. Let's pass that over. Hey, you put that on. Now you welcome it. Poison cannot be multi-targeted. It is a single target attack. Yeah, with that boosted agility, almost 1,000 to everyone. My mana. You jerks. And that is why they have stimulants to steal. That is the 40 MP recovery. Can I shush you? That is a summon spell that inflicts a lot of status ailments on a single target. No shush. Okay. That makes sense. They're wizards. That's all they have. Alright, they usually do that much more often. Void Spear throws up a block of health that I now have to chew through before I can actually damage them. And that purple overlay is how you know that that is the force field in the works. Another way around undead healing, meditate. The undead can meditate, why not? And because he's undead, that Osmos actually took the enemy's mana. Now be careful when you're using things like Cure. It will let you eat up your mana trying to cure that undead. That will not happen. Do want to pass over the Fedora. Who gets it? Yeah, you. Put on the fancy hat. Motoring is an accessory that prevents status debuffs, like attack down, defense down, magic down, those things. The hint you got against this is that this guy uses status ailments. So what Fever is going to do... Fever is a unique status ailment that when every turn ticks, it'll put another will attempt to inflict you with another status ailment or debuff that you do not already have. So Kyra got Malediction, Fury, Magic Attack down. Whatever it tried to do, William, did not go through. Probably because he's undead. And the first part of him, he's just going to sit there and try to buff himself while you drop dead from the Fever. And he'll try to put it back on, because if you die, Fever will go away. If you tag someone else in, they didn't have Fever, they won't have it. So he'll try to redo it as time goes by. There's no other way to cure it. So he's going to throw up barriers, he's going to buff himself. And if you pull up the status menu, you can start to see them all start to add up. Like you were silenced, magic attack and agility down, sleeping, attack down. It's going to really start to add up. He can't put more than one on. I believe it just refreshes the one he has. And if we pull up the Fanatic... Oh, turn's still going. Okay. He is also, just unlike Countdown, he is undead. He is one of those that fought Blackbeard and lost. And is now doing his bidding as the dead. He can be shushed. Huh. How about that? That is right. That was the workaround that you could do to stop him from buffing himself over and over again. Didn't crime him yet either. Free crime. Alright, shush. Stop that right now. Get rid of the barrier he does have. You are wearing the Man-Eater. That's why you're doing any damage at all with that little knife. His basic attack isn't terrible. Like, he's gonna do some damage to you. But he won't be buffing himself. So you decide which one's worse. Right, Dirge. Or we just use Prayer Strike, because he's more damage from light. And as long as you don't tag out your people and don't care if Fever's actually on there, that's just a wasted turn. And meditate is 33 Meditate is a percentage of your max health, so it'll scale as the game goes on. Once you chew through the first chunk of his health, he will stop trying to buff himself, and he'll actually try to start coming after you. So what are we looking at? Blinds, debuffs, sap, and malediction. He's gonna gain health, lose health, and can't be healed. This I want to cure. Poison. And out of all the bosses in this area, he has the least. Like, Leviathan with 30, Countdown with 25, the Condor with 18. He has as much as the Condor. Because you're kind of expected to bump into him and be like, what was that? Now, dual casting works for anything that is magic. Druid counts as magic, so means we get double dirges. I would also go for white magic, so anything he happened to have, like double light, double summon. Okay, you're back. So now he's going for broke. He's trying Drain. He's trying Death. The Cursed Armor will stop both of those. Jeffrey is more or less immune to magic. He can be instant killed, and that's about it. The others, not so much. They're doing their best. They're just training a new class. You know, the best place to train a new class is right here in the... as far as the game is concerned, the final boss, because you don't know anything else is going after this. And we got him. Someone was poisoned. Don't do that. So there's the key for the treasury to where we had gone to before. Wait, was there an empty hallway there that I missed? It shouldn't be an empty. Yeah, I'm holding control. Okay, so there's a hallway. You can only get that treasure if you're not sneaking through. If you're sneaking through here. You get some lore if you talk to these guys otherwise. But if you're sneaking through, you could punch your way through this group of three, group of four. There's four of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. And you can get that treasure. It won't let you walk away without the flags. You get a few points of hell, like 5 or something like that. It's very small. And all of these just 1. 1 and then like think 5 to the health and mana. The big prize, the black key, lets you get 2 Blackbeard. Can't get those 2 treasure chests. Or those 2 things of gold. They're there to taunt you. Yeah, we fought enough battles. Just gonna hold control and walk our way over. Up there, the helpful little reminder to save. But for this, I do want to tag back in our good party members. Setup doesn't matter too much. So up to this point in the game, you've been making decisions. You being a good boy, being a bad boy, going back and forth if you're, fishing for the Easter egg I put in. This has been a good boy run. Because it's a good boy run, we get to choose, do we let Catalina face Blackbeard herself, or do we fight together as a team? If you're in the bad boy route, well, you get different choices here. We've been a good boy, so good or neutral ends up here. You know what? Go for it. And there are different results. If she wins, things go slightly differently. And this isn't a held-back fight. This is... You get Catalina's music instead of Blackbeard's, but you get actual Blackbeard to fight. Now, I haven't taught her a skill. She's using pretty bad weaponry. Let's see if we can fix that really quick. See, what else do we have? Well, you already get counterattack from that. Yeah, let's put on the necklace and... the other necklace, 2 necklace, yeah. that's the plural of necklaces, necklace. Let's get them. So all over, people were talking about Blackbeard and how he fights. He learns your abilities and he uses it back at you, so... You could think, he counterattacks with a non-elemental magic attack. He also has Chaos, which has him cast a random black magic spell. But what if you hit him with anything elemental? He learns your abilities, and then he'll use it against you. Adds to his mood list tier 2 and tier 3 spells of that element, and now he absorbs that element. So if I was to say... throw up Reflect, he's going to absorb ice. But it's actually really hard for her to beat him one-on-one. Alright, let's go ahead and fix the party. Catalina, get out of here. You tried. Well, time for the grown-ups to play. Now we get to actually fight as a team. It's the same fight. So he only enchants himself with fire, ice, and lightning. Be wary, because that also counts your equipment. So you're wearing a fire rod. If I hit him with fire, he's going to enchant himself with fire and start blasting us with it. If he has fire and you hit him with ice, he'll then swap over to ice. So you could just keep cycling him through. He also doesn't respond to lightning or darkness that way. It's just those three. Now, the Reflect Knights out there, they have a chance of dropping a Reflect ring that just gives you permanent Reflect as an accessory. You could use that to bounce the auras back at Blackbeard. As long as he never changes form, the worst he does is Aura, Chaos, and Demon Dance. And since Chaos can only target one of your party members, even with the strongest things it has, you have the initiative to stay ahead of that. Nuts. Chaos can also have that happen. There is one more thing that he has going for him. What if you throw a limit strike at him? They're very strong, so you want to throw it at him the moment that it comes up, right? He responds to all limit attacks towards him with Queen Anne's Revenge, which gives him Barrier, Magic Barrier, and Regen. Regen for him would mean something in the like 2,000-3,000 health per turn, because Regen ticks at 8%. So 8% of 23,500. He'd get a lot of health back in one go. To encourage you, don't do that. Now you could get around it the way I just did. Just make sure you have, because limit strikes go first, you could queue up a Demon Dance or a Dispel or one of the moves that removes. I think Demon Dance and Dispel, the Black Magic spell Dispel, are the only two. There might be a third. You could queue that up and have that ready. But if to actually look at Blackbeard, he takes a little more damage from light, earth, darkness, and wind. He has quite a bit of defense, so debuffing him is good. He also has chances to avoid your regular debuffs. He has a chance to go twice, and he will counterattack. Now, each one of these then has 450s. Pretty basic here is just if he has these states, he'll queue these skills up. until he starts to get low on health. What number were those? 450s? Okay. To get these to... It's actually pretty simple. Each one of these just counter condition. And when he gets hit with something, he'll go to counter, and then it will look at this list. And it'll run through the sequence. It's like, well, was he hit with fire? Then use this. If was he hit with ice? Use this. Thunder uses... If you drain from him, there is one other. If you drain from him, he will go into Enchant Drain. What was it called? Enchant Drainer. And where he'll use Drain spell on you instead, and that's pretty strong. So if I were to use, like, say the Black Magic spell Drain, or Vampire Tooth, which is very powerful, it just does all the damage. So and you recover it back. There's Drain Blade. Then he'll enchant himself with that. Now, once he starts enchanting, you can't dispel it. It just keeps going. Yeah, the most you could do is just keep cycling him through so he doesn't get in a rhythm. But the way the skills work is was it absorb? Then do that. Was it absorb? Here it is, Drainer. Was it a limit? It just drain all of it. So it just cycles through, and otherwise, it's at the end of the list, because if it cycles through all of these and nothing counts, like it wasn't one of these, then it will use Aura instead. And when you start to see how these things really work, you can do a lot of different things with this tool, this program here. Debuff stack, I have it set just up to 2 times. You can have it set to 4. You can have it unlimited. You can have it until you can literally debuff him to 1 defense. Just be careful, because that means he could also do things like debuff your health all the way down to 1. My buffs. My buffs. So he resisted that curse. Which is unfortunate, but nah. Not the end of the world. That was not a smart move. Yeah, he has a coin flip to resist debuffs. Sorry, William. So defeat is just beat, but on your entire party, but since Chaos can't do that, it was still just beat. If you engage the gimmick, he's dangerous, but not overly rude. And the game gave you a Boots of Divine Justice in a chest, and one you could steal, so you have ways around what he's doing to you. Air Song would probably do better. Let's give it a shot. Oh yeah. And then it's just a matter of getting yourself in a rhythm once you have him under control. You see Bulk's limit gauge there is at up to 100. While it'd be tempting to use it for the dispatch, it would probably do like 600-700 damage. Bulk is using a very weak knife, so it's not worth it. Unless, like I demonstrated before, huh. Is dispatch not listed as a limit skill? Let's check that. This is why we test. So first we go to dagger, Maneater, adds skill 903. No, it's there. I guess it doesn't, because it's also human, it doesn't list it. You know what, that's fine. If you're still using the Maneater at that point, this far in the game, because you've refused to upgrade your equipment, because you forgot to upgrade your equipment, then, well, congrats, you did it. You found a way around him. Now, I've beaten him with solo Catalina before to test that route, but it's not as interesting. I like the camaraderie, and it takes a while. That one I feel like does require the Reflect Ring. Bounce the auras back into him. And get him into like an ice state and then out-damage his healing to himself. Alright, we've almost got him. When he drops low on health, yeah, he'll take a knee. He'll start using Dream Blade. You can still use support limit. He doesn't care about that. Yeah, he can't have much more to him. Oh. Alright, everyone, stop missing. Order. Go for broke. Nuts. So the Dream Blade actually hits pretty hard. He starts to take it seriously at the end. Him having 48 defense because of the chance dance. Otherwise, he would have taken no damage from that. Next to no damage. One hit away. You got to name your ship. A viewer recommended Leda, LEDA, so that's what it was put as. So now Jeffrey is permanently inflicted with fever. So he's going to not be a lot of help right upcoming. So you get a moment here to change your party, kick him out of the group, put anybody else in. Because you only have 4 people mandatory to be here, 1, 2, 3, 4, you could just have 3 people in your party at this point, because you could put someone in the back row without having someone to tag them in. How is everyone else looking? You try it, Catalina. Like, you put him into a fight, he'll probably drop dead immediately. And here we have a few mandatory fights on your way out. Which, if you were relying on Jeffrey, could be pretty tough. But part of the reason why the encounter rate's been so high is because, well, you got these guys to fight on the way out. Time does tick while you're in battle. Go down, big boy. Time does not take down while you're in the menu. To prevent you from getting upset about, oh, I just hit the wrong button because I was rushing. Well, don't. Now, if you hit, hopefully you remember the what would be the fastest way out. You could just, leave the random encounters alone. Now, had you, oh, right, got to fight these. Had you were sneaking through here, there would be more fights than would be right now. Well, had you not been sneaking through here, you could have cleared some of these fights out first. But these are the enemies from the barracks that we had avoided before. You can't clear them out. But those guys by the front door, we're going to fight them. Had you gone down the left path by the treasury, there'd be a whole group of them over there. Which is why you have 15 minutes for plenty of leeway to get out of here. But because we snuck through, they don't care. It's the end of their shift. They're tired. Perfect. If you head out that way, there is another Minotaur standing right outside the door. Toss that barrel to the side, and you can avoid that Minotaur by going back through here. You can run away from these fights. Here is sunrise. And if you go up the left path, there is another group of enemies over there. So here's a time where it's actually faster to go the longer route. If you didn't clear out those dogs, they would be there. If you left him alive, he tells you about Easter Island. Yeah, while there's a fight or two may have felt like it took a bit of time, we're still only 5 minutes in. You have plenty of time to fight everything, get lost, find your path, get lost. Ah, we didn't fight one of these before, so it's just a dragon. Just generic dragon hanging out up here. Let's fight a dragon. After fighting everything in here, dragon not so bad. Minus Strike does your max health minus your current health and damage. So that should do a pretty penny. If you poison a dragon, well, if he lived, it would have done nice. If you poison a dragon, he'll take a turn to recover. But that's a turn he's not spending scratching your face off. They can drop a pretty good weapon. They can drop a... Just generic dragon. Where are you? He can drop a... Not a weapon, a shield. He can drop a dragon shield, which is the next tier up from what's even available right now. And it reduces fire damage. Didn't happen, but it's there. Enough time that you don't feel rushed, but enough of a timer, and I think pretty decent music that you feel a little rushed. And having it transfer into battle, I feel like is a big way to make that really phone home. And then this scene plays out a little differently depending on how your battle with Blackbeard went. We get the good result here. And for going the good boy route, we end up with our final will, William the Red. Longer hair, red armor. In the original version of the script, the armor was red because Jeffrey died, and his blood got stained red, and as a dramatic big baby about it, he decided to then don red armor going forward from that point. He originally wore white armor in the original script. But, you know, things change as the game comes along, and I realized I don't want to kill Jeffrey off in the fight with Blackbeard. He does end up with an unknown poison. So here we are, beginning of Act 3. And starting in Act 3, like he said, William is no longer locked in. Anyone can lead the party now. William can now step to the back. He was there for story purposes up to this point, but by now you've probably, like Raja did, mastered a class, or definitely mastered a class. Probably getting ready to master a second one. So, having one character locked in who's fully mastered, there is certainly a reward for getting William himself to master a series of classes. But, make it interesting. Let you take him out if you want. The war is over. You need to change what you say, sir. In fact, let's do that now before I forget. I managed to miss it, NPC. Yeah, there we go. 112. Copy that. Random guard standing in front of the castle. I misplaced. Or forgot about. No. There we go. Don't tell it to playtest, I'm already doing that. More decisions. It never lets up. So there's our beat for Act 3. Jeffrey is ill, and we're down a person. We need to get the antidote, or find one, or create one, or something. Something we gotta do. And over time, our prison in London here has filled up. If you recruited Kyr, then you have a little extra dialogue there. Although this one could be optionally empty. Now, if you tried to leave without talking to the king, you'll be told, "Hey, let's go see the king." And the advanced tutorial house. And it just tells you about the Tier 3 and final classes of the game. And you can get back to that from the beginner's house. So we have the final 5 classes: Swordmaster, Havoc Knight, Beastmaster, Ninja, and Summoner. Conjurer has more health than the Lord. Interesting. My plan is to make William into a Swordmaster Lord. Swordmasters can enchant their blades, pretty much what Blackbeard was doing. Dragon Dance for double damage against dragons. You boost your attack, put Reflect on yourself. Drainer and Soul Saber, which I'd imagine would work very well with Backlash, because that's just 100% lifesteal. Or every attack drains full MP. So you run out of MP, you use this once, and you're back to full. And minus these two, everything else is free. It's just you spend a turn charging up. That is your... You spend a turn powering these up. That is your cost. I'm thinking a Ranger Ninja. Ninjas, their thing is they can throw shurikens or ninjatos, which is just the basic ninja sword. This bypasses defense. They're both unblockable. There's certain hit attacks. Just free AoE wind damage. When in shadow mode, you increase your evasion by like 75%. You take any damage though, and it'll knock you out of it. When you're in shadow mode, Shadow Blade will then do a lot more damage. Risk reward. And then Cursed Strike, which I haven't tuned it quite well yet, but is gonna do. It does obscene damage if you're really low on health. And since ninjas are fast, it should be doable quite well. And since ninjas can use bows, or a ninja with ranged attacks, I feel like would be really good. Grab this in case it's necessary. Well, in case it's helpful. Let's go over the other classes. Havoc Knight. Oh, I didn't want to change you to it. Havoc Knight is your Lancer. Is your Lancer mage hybrid? They use spears. You jump in the air. It's as it says. You miss a turn and deal wind damage as you land. For free, you cast Chaos, but whatever spell pops up, you do have to pay for. So if you're shooting for a 14 spell and Blaze more, but you get the 60 cost Blaze most, you have to have the MP to cast it. You have access to Darkness damage now through them. One of the only ways to get Confusion. Dark Power gives you Barrier and Magic Barrier. Null Void is 50% revive for an ally, but it also recovers their MP when you pick them up. So it's a different revive than the Cleric or the Druid. And Vampirism. Just drain attack. Dark Knight. Dark Knight that I couldn't fit the whole word Dark Knight in there, so I just went with Havoc. We'll come Beastmasters next. Pulse Aura is a weaker version of Knowledge Bomb, but it can be used against all enemies. And it's MP based instead of item based, so it's a little weaker to make up for it. But all these things you've seen enemies use against you up to this point. Mind Blast deals MP damage. A couple of classes have a way to hurt enemy MP as soldiers do. And technically the Wizard can with Osmos to drain their MP. Wild Swing just guaranteed physical damage. No accuracy check or evasion. Throat Strike Revenge deals damage just like Minus Strike. Your max health minus your current health. Fire Breath and Blizzard. We've seen those used a bunch of times. It's basically a physical attack with that element against all enemies. And Healing Wind. You recover the entire party for how much health you have at that time. So if you use it right now, it would be a 15-22 heal to everybody. Oh, Swordmaster's limit skill is Mystic Blade. Just big damage on one enemy. Havoc Knight is Havoc. It deals your health to an enemy. So it would be 11, 191 to I think all enemies. With the right build, that can be powerful. Beastmen have Plague, which inflicts a ton of status ailments on one enemy. Ninjas have Vanish. You get Quick, which gives you 100% physical evade for 4 turns. Ninja Vanish. And finally, Summoner. Phoenix is a heal. Jin and Frost Witch. Frost Witch? Frost Rich. Yeah, just try saying that 3 times fast. Fire damage, ice damage. Serpent Drench. 1000 true damage, true water damage to an enemy. So it's water and math damage. Just so you could be resisted or increased if they're weak to water. Just 1000 damage. Void Spear, we've seen that. Force Field on all allies based on your magic level, magic attack. Mountain Titan, slightly stronger damage. Earth Elemental. Gale Blessing, reflect on all allies. And Thunder Curse, which is just like Plague, but costs 54. Their limit is Final Hope. Puts essentially re-raise on your entire party. Which, I actually want to change that to... I feel like that's too good. We're going to change that to yourself. That way, it's still beneficial, but not obscene. So there's your final 5 classes. And since you really only get the benefit out of classing and subclassing, that's an interesting proposition there, Sayo Kumartin. Originally, you were only going to have 4 people. That really had 3 people, and a rotating 4th was the plan. But if you don't, actually, sorry, Mark, if you don't speak English, I don't know if I can help. But I'm not quite sure what you mean by a cable about a program. I'll help if I can. But then I ended up with the class system being so advanced, and I wouldn't want you to have 3.5 party members with being able to choose, having to choose between all of these. So then I ended up with, you're going to have up to 8 characters as the game progresses. Including right now. The numbers go up. If you say no, he joins you anyway. There's a little... I couldn't think of a way, so I just decided to go a little funny. Nice version of humor. Well, everyone else has a nickname. I want one too. He starts off as a soldier, but whatever they start off as, that's just, they get 50 JP in it instead of 25. And they get 25 in everything else. So they can start with 1 skill. Just to start them off. Or if it's what they base in, like her fencer, her soldier, he start off as a monk. He start off as a sword master. They can either pick up one of the big skills, or they can pick up 2 of the smaller ones. When it comes time to use him, we'll find a use for him, but the more characters you have, the more people you can have doing different classes. Note that only the people in active combat get job points. So, if you have the side quest, if you have the optional character Raja in your party, you can go off on a side quest right now. Oh, he's right about to level up. I'm not going to, but you could do it now. What I want to do is I want to get back to work on what we're actually doing. Hey, if I, Sayo Kumartin, if I can help, I certainly will. If it's with this program, I might be able to help. Oh hey, game show. Undead enemies kill with a smelling salt. Well, if you pull up a smelling salt, it's the revive from KO. You can't target that on the enemies. So the answer is false. And for that, we get a refresher. It's a 100% MP restore. Okay, that's a good question. In order to actually get an event to end, it has to have... Let's pop into the prison here, because there's a lot going on in there. So all of this mess here, this is all, well, this is further on than we are now. There we go. Let's actually talk to Blackbeard. In order to get an event to end, you have to do one of three things. Like, this is auto-running, so this was this whole scene that we just had happen. Never saw a man live very long after infection. Never lasts longer than a fortnight after meeting my venom. In order to actually get it to end, you need to do one of three things. One, you have to leave the room. Like, leave the scene. The map. So this map ends only because it transfers back to... I think it just kicks you back out to London. Where does it send you? It happened like 2 minutes ago. Yeah, it kicks you back to London, and that's what ended it. Otherwise, you'd have to have it go to another one here that isn't auto-running. If the last one's auto-running and you're still on the same map, it's not going to end. Where do I do that? Actually, yeah, here's a good one. So here... That's not that one. Is it this one? Not that one. Auto. Who tells... Auto, please. Which auto are you? Somewhere is where Auto talks. Well, here's an auto run where we first got the ship. They talked about we can go anywhere, but we have to name her first. This just uses a self switch because it doesn't need to be super fancy. As soon as the self switch is here and it's not auto running, it ends. Because there's nothing telling it to keep going. I put it off on the side. I don't know where the thing for auto is. Hey, Auto, Oh, yeah, you are. You're Auto, actually. This doesn't trigger until you talk to the guy. Yeah, here we go. Save Jeff was on, and when I talked to him, he went ahead and did his thing. So if you said no vacancy, sorry, he goes, King Henry told me to do this. Sorry, in a British accent, because he's English. I can't do an English accent, actually. Chip Chip Perrier, such order from King Henry, and we can't waste time with Geoffrey's life in danger. No, I guess it wouldn't be Cockney. I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me a foreign name, chap. For any people I just horribly offended out there. And this is all just plugging commands that gave him the 25 in every class. Except for Soldier for 50. Then I average his level and put him +1. And then if you have gone there, it just ends. If you haven't spoken to King Henry to get tier 3, he also tells you, hey, we should also go see King Henry. But that ends because it's just an action button. It also flips a switch so that I can go right back to what I'm doing here. If you're using common events here, None of these should ever be auto-run. Well, I guess they could be, but you'd have to make sure to turn them off. This was I used just to demonstrate something for someone. There's actually a few of those where I'm not actually using it. I was demonstrating it for someone on stream. Like here, turning on the world map turns this on, and this is in parallel. As long as this is on, this is in parallel, so you push the shift button, it puts away the world map. And it'll stay up until then, and then turn it off so pressing the shift doesn't do anything else. A lot of these I use just for thoughts. Like this is just a generic like conditional for if you're being Bad Boy William or you lose to Blackbeard in your fight, you lose an eye. For the rest of the game. Just ideas and thoughts, and some of these are parallels from drowning in the water. If Jeffrey bleeds out. There's a lot you can do with common events. I don't. This mess. This is the easiest way I found. So, in Rome, they said if a leader has mastered a class, so if you take William and teach him every magic skill, essentially mastering all the magic skills, then a trigger clicks on. Well, this runs at the designated time, and you get something pretty neat for it. Same for physical or utility. That's how the 15 classes are broken up, 5 and 5 and 5. Oh, all the time away it froze. Alright, that's fine. It happens. We get good music in the background. Where did we end up? Right where we were, that's fine. Get out of here. Although we could use the job points. Yeah, if you ever wanted to job point grind, but not get over leveled, you could just fight the trash mobs and get the same JP from them as anywhere else. I hope that answered your question, Sayoko Martin. Otherwise, I'd need something more specific. In which case, you could hop into the Discord and put in specific examples. That's what that's there for. It's not a very big or active community, but it's there, and people have any problems, they can put pictures of it right up top. Right, that's the side quest she's talking about. You get an accessory that when you get hit, you auto-use the lowest available potion you have. So if you get hit, you automatically use a dried meat. If you have no meat, it'll use healing roots. If you have no healing roots, it'll use tonic, so be wary of that. It could be good, I guess. But the big thing is I thought of a way to do it, so I did. Where is it? Like, it's here, so why not? I wouldn't want to do that because I like having the dried meat for the chemist. This way I can use the tonic, Giant's tonic, or the home brew. Alright, but the big thing is that this is a section we're working on right now. So now, we're in Act 3, we have a lead on the terrorist cell. Leonardo's gonna lead the others. So I guess the guy in the red there is Leonardo. Yeah, we'll hunt down some terrorists to help and work with the church. What kind of society are we talking about? Now, had you done other side quests, you would have actually met the society already. Otherwise, this is where you first meet the society. Though you have to eventually. It's a part of the main plot line later. This is a side quest. Remember, this is a sneaking mission. Stealth. Stealth through the canals of Venice. And just like all the other side quests that introduce a character. Raphael's only level 26. That's probably, it's fine. I feel like we're on average level for this point. I could give Raphael, I guess they're supposed to be tough. So where's Raphael? There we go. He's a guest character, but he's one you can control. He's wielding a lightsaber. The lightsaber is not like it's not like a Star Wars. It's more like just a light-based. I haven't made it yet, but it's a light-based fencing sword. And he has a few pretty neat skills here. Skills that I kind of might merge them into the actual fencing class. Possibly, because I actually like the way these turned out over some of these. Just because, like, I've never... Lead the way, it increases your agility. It merges really well with the thief class. And being able to go fast is just good. This is incredibly overpowered and underpriced. I don't like lunge. I don't like randomness. So the lunge is going to get replaced. Lunge might get turned into Sword of Miracles. Possibly. No. Maybe something else. It's gonna get changed into something. Anyway, stealth. Now you can dock right below these, like he said. But we can't go in any of the buildings. Everything's locked up at night. The stealth is not complicated. It's don't go in their line of sight. It's that simple. Or pay off to a lot of these side quests or a lot of stat boosting skills, so, items, so you could build anyone the way you want. And enough of them so they could matter. They give pretty low, so if someone isn't getting the growth you kind of want them to have, like, he starts, bulk here, he starts off pretty low magic attack. If you want to build him into a wizard, go for it. You can. The tools are there. But really, it's more of a punch boy. Unfortunately, that's as far as we've gone up here. Eventually, that's going to cycle back down to this way. Where if we get out of sight... Things are not done yet. But if you came over here instead, you get spotted. That's not good. Which is why we're not done with this yet. So, let's get cracking. Venice is right here. Yeah, one of the most recent things made. Venice and the Butcher. Ah, another tier of the Butchers available now. Do need, though, more importantly, we need some tunes. Perfect. It's more difficult than it seems to be to design a realistic yet empty town when the entire game has been you just see the port and the couple of places around, in a couple of buildings in the port area. And I like that aesthetic, and I want to keep it bland enough that this doesn't interfere with that aesthetic. Okay, when we get caught, the first thing when we get caught, okay, where is this transition? Okay, so this transition's here, left, get off. Why did that not work? I should maybe make this wait here. Give it a moment to get there, then get off the vehicle. That should plop them down here. Right, I didn't give it permission to get off the boat. Get off the canoe, so now you have permission. That's probably what went wrong there. And turn off all the switches of this so everything can reset. Take out Raphael, heal, blah blah blah. In case Raphael was the only one alive in the party, I don't want to ever be able to walk around dead man walking. You could be fully undead, just not actually dead. So that should solve this. We'll come back to that. As I realize, well, yeah, map 2. Ready to come up here. They're going to be sitting here, so we're going to have to go around up here. So we can watch them sail around. Or, yeah, come up here. This will be flavorful. This will be flavor area. We can get off and grab some chests down the side. They're gonna come out of this building. They'll be parked like here. When you spot here, you'll look over here. You'll see them get out and head this way. So then you can work your way down as well. Hop out here, grab these as well. Oh, as I realize we've been going for 6 hours now and just reached the actual RPG making part instead of the RPG adjusting part. Well, we're gonna have to keep at this next time. Whatever I get done between then, I will. And thank you everyone for watching. If you have any questions about the program or what have you, feel free to hop into the Discord. It's just exclamation point Discord in the chat there for the link. And tell me about your games. Tell me about your thoughts, your ideas, your directorial debut in 16 bits? 10, 8? in a few bits and bytes. You make the game of your dreams. Thanks for watching, all. Have a great day.